Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. Maybe a little impasto towards the end of the stream. I'm feeling a little tired today, but not too much. I'm okay. I've got some dinner plans a bit later on. And this weekend, we will be pushing the Insignia Steam playtest demo. So, right now, there's a few things we could be doing. I've been working this morning, obviously, mostly on getting the current demo up and running and in the best shape it can be. Maybe we'll push that and see how it goes, or maybe I'll just use that as the first Steam demo. I've been working on bits and pieces, but I want to say, before I get too deep into work, a big welcome and thank you to everybody who's here in chat. Welcome. To those of you here lurking on YouTube, watching on Twitch, Twitch chat as Eben, Chad Nezer is here, Mr. Pizza Hunter, Fractals, Uthox, Shortwave, Syracuse, Janky Old Dog, welcome. Those are some new names, or at least some names I don't see so often. Welcome. So, hey, Sarabadi, not watching State of Play. State of Play already happened like 4 hours ago, right? I watched it this morning while it was live. Unless I watched something else that wasn't State of Play. Yeah, it ended already. It was meh. It was okay. I mean, if you like the sort of thing that it was, then yeah, we can go through some of the things that they announced. Let's have a look. I think I want to be current. I don't talk that much about like games that I play, or things that I'm doing. So maybe we can just start transitioning the stream into a little bit more of, just a little bit more current affairs, stuff like that. All right. In the gaming world, of course. So, this is kind of interesting. This like God of War Metroidvania that they announced. I don't know. I only saw it as like a tiny little screenshot in the corner of my phone while I was watching it. I was just waking up, so I mean, we could take a look. Just some pictures. Oh, so it is pixel art. I didn't notice that at the time. It's 960 by 540. It looks like it's very high res pixel art. Oh, that's pretty. I'm not sure how I feel about the animations though. They kind of look a little like rotoscoped from 3D or something like that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, lovely colors. Visually it's beautiful, but this could be fun. Yeah, this could be cool. Okay. Kind of looks like Blasphemous to me. It's such an overhead doing that high resolution. But yeah, so there was a few God of War related announcements. They're remaking the trilogy for the originals. Castlevania, the people who made Dead Cells are making a new Castlevania game. They made the DLC from that included Castlevania. Well, they had a DLC for Dead Cells that was Castlevania themed. So maybe off the back of that, their relationship with Konami has been really strong.
In the name of His Most Royal Majesty.
This was pretty cool.
By the grace of God.
This looks really good to me. Hang on, let's just stop this for a second. Bro. Yeah, let's rewind back.
In the name of His Most Royal
Majesty. I mean, I love anime style trailers. So seeing this kind of stuff's really cool. But then mixing it in with gameplay is really cool too. They're doing some really cool lighting on like 3D elements in the scene. Gotta love a strong art style. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the character animation, but I love the VFX. Super pretty.
So now we appeal to you, Trevor Belmont, last of House Belmont.
Pretty cool. Yeah, I mean it's a 3D model. You can tell it's not a like it's not. I don't think it's 2D with bone animation. I think it's literally a 3D model that they have like just cell shaded lighting on, or like a rim light. So there's just like a shader on it that makes it look a little flatter, but it is a 3D model. I just don't love the very like, there's almost feels like there's like a top body and a lower body rig, and they seem like the posture is very like this. That's just a preference thing, and it's partly about proportions too. Like the limbs, hang on. The limbs are so long that when you're animating this, trying to keep the character in a little rectangular box, right? Like when you're making a game, there are hitboxes, right? So to keep things compact, the character has to have a specific kind of like surface area in the silhouette. And I guess it's partly also just like about how the keyframes like are set up. Even like there's something about the lines here that are just it's like linear, very like straight. It doesn't look bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. I think maybe it's just the cloak on the back looks a little... no, it looks pretty good. I take it back. I think it looks good. There are some things about it I don't love, but I think those are very minor animation gripes as someone who likes animation, that if you're a player, this is great. I mean, I love the VFX look cool. The gameplay looks really clear, which is nice. I like that we've got different camera zooms. I'm not a massive fan of the camera being so far away, but that's life. A lot of games have to be that way. I think the stylistic elements of this and the storytelling potential within the scope of what they've created is very high. You know, there are a couple of moments here where the camera pulls in quite a lot. And it makes me think they could do cutscenes like that. You know, it makes me think that you could do, you know, quite convincing story cutscenes without having to break the bank on budget. because it feels like what they've created, the world they've created, is so it feels so rich that I want more of a story in this space. And Castlevania does tend to have, cutscenes here and there. Lovely environments too. Pretty nice and distinct. I think this will be a good game. I think people will like this. Kana. Oh, I remember Kana. This was a PS4 title, I think. Action adventure.
Suffering here, spirit.
Way back.
Do you need help?
Really cool. This catches my attention straight away.
I'm glad you're here.
Wow. Lovely style.
That temple has been
Beautiful.
sealed as long as I can.
Wow.
Dangerous corruption was locked inside.
This is like
Along
my
with the
dream
secrets of
game.
Forgotten practice.
Like, I could never, but this would be something like what I would make. If I had like a billion people in my team, we would make something like this. Wow. Gosh, it's gorgeous. This,
Spirit
I didn't
guides
actually see this.
Once
This is the
used
highlight for me.
to cleanse corruption. Maybe you can do the same.
Wow, that's gorgeous. How is this going to be gameplay? It really looks like Kingdom Hearts. In the Tangled world.
Gripping to the present,
Gosh,
which
so
was
pretty.
always past.
Geez, the lighting engine is just fantastic. Combat animations look good.
Find you. Longing for the
Characters are
path
so
you
expressive.
cannot change.
Oh, look at the VFX. This
Love
game
will
looks
bind you,
incredible.
Yearning for a future you will
How
not
did they
see.
make this? Oh my god. Dude, if the voice acting is actually like that in mid-gameplay.
Unbound, may you depart in peace.
Dude, I'm gonna play this game. This is sick. The John Wick game looked okay. Metal Gear, yeah. Ghost of Yotei, okay. There was something that I was feeling. Man, it's I did not play the first Kena. No. There was something that I was feeling at Control. There was like 3 or 4 games in a row back here. Mina the Hollower looks good, of course. Where I was feeling a little bit down watching this. Back, where was it? What the heck? Control Resonant. Something about this game I was feeling pretty low about. And it was mostly this sense. Sometimes I get these, I get these kind of like snowbally feelings of maybe we can get it from YouTube. I get these snowbally feelings of sometimes like it's a very, what's the word? This is like Adam as an old man trying to like think of gaming as a timeline of like influences. And prior to Dark Souls coming out, so like 2004 to 2011, gaming was moving very heavily towards this character action game space where you had a lot of like grim but cool superhero white men power fantasy games where like Dante's Inferno and God of War and even like Infamous, and there's a lot of just like games where you play a guy who's really powerful and you beat up a bunch of things going through cool environments. And the first Control I heard was like really good. And watching this, my brain was like, oh no, I don't want to go through I don't want to play more of those games where all you do is just like press the attack button and like watch explosions happen. Like this is really interesting. Like there's something you have to be so careful about style that has a grim or realistic or gritty or sepia aspect to it.
What you are seeing here is an early mission
Because
capture.
if there's no like personality in it, it's just that, you know? Like, who are these villains? Why do we care about them? Like, okay, it's cool that you can fly, but like,
Shift, an ability that
okay,
empowers Dylan
where
to
is if you can fly, where are the constraints?
seamlessly
Right?
through gravity
Like, okay,
anomalies and
that's a really
adapt to the
cool
world
trick in the
around you.
trailer, but like, what is the gameplay in this? Where is the tension in how to play in this part of the game?
Dylan's main weapon,
Like, could we not have just walked like here and just walked across? Like, why did we have to go sideways in this part of the game?
and his supernatural abilities. There are a lot of different ones you can discover to suit
I'm
your
not saying the
fight
game's good or bad. I'm not super impressed by watching a cool character
style. While in
do cool
combat, we
animations.
encourage you to play
I want to
aggressively,
see like
balancing between melee attacks and abilities.
I want to see a reason to use one attack over another attack.
Any updates for me?
Kind of. You'll know it when you hear it. Just try to stay alive out there, okay?
Like, these enemies? We just walked in. They're not paying attention to us, right? I almost feel bad for the enemies because they're not even reacting. They're just getting attacked, right? And there's something like, if you want people to get excited, I think games a lot of the time are promises, right? And like, especially games marketing. So when we look at the promise of this game, what is the promise? The promise is that it's going to be visually very impressive and that the character is going to be able to do some cool stuff. But it sounds like that's all they think we care about. That's what I'm concerned by with this trailer. It looks like all they think we care about is doing cool attacks on monstrous enemies. Like,
I think I hear something.
Tides of Annihilation is already
I know where the resonant is, Zoe.
kind of offering more than this.
Resonants are the dominant threat in what's our most ambitious game to date. And we can't wait to share it with you later in 2026.
Like, this is visually interesting, but like, why do we care about who these people are? What is this? Is this... I'm not seeing much interaction there. Like, that's what we get, like, from the big scary boss that the trailer like led up to, like some dance poses and then like a normal attack that the character dodged, like that, and then that. It just has this sense of being thin when the promise is so grand. Especially because, think about it here in this trailer, we didn't get any moments. Like, as far as I knew, Control was quite a personal, like, it has like a story and you play as this woman, and I don't really know the story of Control at all. All I know is that like you're a woman in a facility and something is happening to the facility. And to me, there's at least like stakes in that. Like, there's like weird supernatural, alien things that are happening to physics, and she's trying to just survive in this thing. So here, like, where it's just like you're a cool guy attacking cool things. It doesn't feel
Hello,
like
everyone.
I understand what the stakes are. Like, who is this guy? I never see his face.
I'm Mikael Kasurinen, and I'm the creative director of
Who is this
Control
guy? Why do I care about him?
game-changing sequel.
You know? Compare this to another similar story in Half-Life. Half-Life is the first Half-Life has a very similar kind of concept of like the world getting invaded by interdimensional beings. In that first game, it's very tense, but it's mostly gameplay that makes it tense. The character doesn't have a lot of voice, but the world has a voice. There are NPCs all the time, right? The NPCs are saying, "Come over here," and or like like you're watching the world suffer at the hands of the threat. And so even if you're very powerful, everyone around you is getting, dismantled, disembodied. They're getting pulled apart. Here, I didn't see another human.
Control. What you are seeing here
There are no
is an
people in this
early
world.
mission
So I don't feel like the world has stakes. Like there's no, like, it feels like,
captured from our in-development build.
it makes it feel like a tech demo when you do that. Because like, why is this important? Why is it important that we go through here and attack these enemies? That's so, again, it's like you have to make promises, and those promises have to be reasons to care about the game. And caring, it has to do with like human things. You have to be able to relate to something. You have to be able to understand you have to be able to care about its vulnerability and what's valuable about it, and what it's being threatened by, what it would mean if that value was lost. That's the idea of like good storytelling has to do with reasons to care. Because if someone says, "Oh yeah, yesterday I woke up and I had breakfast and I went to work and then I went to bed," it's like, well, yes, so did the rest of us, and there's nothing interesting about that story. But if it's yesterday I got up and I had breakfast and there was a giant hole in my cereal box, immediately you go, huh? Because it's like, well, hang on a second. You eat from that thing. What could have made that hole? Could that happen to me? Okay, I saw like, the next thing you say is going to sound, it's really important to me because I want to know what the hell happened to create a hole in your cereal box, right? Were there teeth marks in the hole? Was there cobwebs all around the box? There's you start to imagine the kinds of things that could cause a threat, and then you're interested in how the person coped with it, right? Like, what did they do? What happened next? Did something bad happen to you? Are you hurt? Did you overcome it? There's like all of these stakes. I don't really care much about the rest of the state of play. I guess all I was trying to say, just to round out that point, was it's so important that games as a medium are there's always a risk. And it's similar to film. This kind of like when budgets go up, but like personality and care goes down, it feels like that's where like the slop kind of thing gets thrown around. It's like this sense of, wow, there's so much here, but there's also nothing, when there's games, but no games. People say that. There's games, but there's no games. That's the thing that people are, I guess, that's the thing that I worry about with some of these. Now, Kana, of course, I didn't get that feeling at all, right? I was super excited about this. And I think as players, there are things that we look at to give us markers of why we should care. So like for me at least, I can only speak for myself, but for me, like this, okay, curiosity,
Do you need help?
right? I don't know what this is. Is it gonna
Your spirit.
bug out on me?
Do you need help?
Okay, we'll try it again. Oh, okay, maybe it'll work. immediately I see very, very high production quality, but not just in the graphics. I see it in the, what are we being shown here? It's a person, it's their hands. We can see their, like, there's like body language here, right? Then when we see a face like this, it's a really strong promise immediately, because it says this is a game where you will care about this person and what happens to them. Like, and we're going to introduce them to you, and you're going to find them interesting or not interesting. But it's a promise. It's not just you, the player, can attack enemies. It's you, the player, will embody this character, who's not just an avatar, but an actual character that you will care about in a story. Something will happen to them.
It's been a long time since we've
They might grow, they might lose something. And then here, like, hey, Krautesh, thank you so much for the sub. Well, like, what I love about this frame is, look at all of the effort that's gone into this character. Like, because it's fantasy, there is an extra, well, all games have aspects of fantasy in them, but the fact that the world is fantastical means that all of these rules about what the people in this world wear, what time period is this in? Is it similar to our modern day? Is it in the past? How does, like, that's a lot of onus for the developers to then have to fill in with their own creativity. And immediately, like, I'm seeing like all of these amazing designs. Look at the way these ropes, it's a bit east and west. I love the wear and tear, like, on the garments here. Like, it's so, there's so much care and thought immediately put into what is, as far as we can tell as players, it's not like a gameplay moment, it's a story moment. So I'm being told straight away, like, to care about this story. Right. And of course the comparisons to like Disney immediately, like, this is I'm going to play a Disney movie.
That temple has
But then this, I mean, like,
been sealed as long
that's
as
clearly gameplay.
dangerous.
Look at these
corruption
worlds.
just was locked inside, along with the secrets of forgotten practice.
I mean, that is just incredible. You see that? See this in like this moment of like, this is clearly gameplay, but the gameplay immediately went to like a quick time event cutscene, or like a cutscene that was completely seamless, but incredibly well framed. Like, this moment, that's like an animation, like a manga frame. Another thing that I think is like so important when it comes to this stuff, and it's, I know this because I in my own way deal with it in Insignia, is VFX, right? VFX is always important in making something feel flashy. But this isn't just VFX. This is VFX that is so innately tied into aspects of trying to communicate to us like what this world's physics and magic system is. Like, it's not just like particles, it's like trying to explain something. Like it has function. Like, you can tell, like, look at this little moment here. Right? There's like a green something that she does, and the green something drops a stone, and the stone kind of like echoes out, and it's sort of like, and then it like exploded, and then it covered these guys in, like, there's like logic and continuity in what the VFX are trying to, okay, and then they shatter, right? They become stone or something like that. I don't know how the game works, but the idea that there's like material properties behind the VFX, and that you as the player can interpret how things will behave based on those the VFX. It makes them more than just effects. It makes them
Fear will bind you,
practical.
gripping to the present, which must always pass.
It's very Avatar.
Regret will bind you, longing for the past you cannot change.
But like, look at that. Oh my God, that's so cool. Like, there's a theme here, right? This is the green guy. Maybe this is like a guardian where you learn the green power from. And look at like the way it like ripples out. Like, it's not just about, hey, this is this enemy has a laser. It's like this enemy is channeling this power from, like, it's in like the animations of the character into the attack, into the aftershock of the attack, all cohere in one language.
Love will bind
So it makes it feel custom.
you, yearning for a future you will not see.
I mean, like, look at the way that this boss is designed with the environment. Like, it's so well themed, is what I'm trying to say.
Not see.
And then this moment, I mean, that's crazy. what a like statement of like, you, the player, will transform the world with the power that you have. Like, you will learn these powers and they will, you will overcome, challenging encounters with, devastating enemies and monsters or whatever who are, destroying the world. And then through your actions, the world will be transformed back to restoring nature to its rightful place or whatever. Like, but in one shot, like in a frame, we see that. It's like a little microcosm of the story, but it's being shown in one frame. That's really strong.
Unbound, may you depart in peace.
Like, I know what this game's about. I know how this game works. I know what I'm in for as a player when I watch this. It's a strong, really strong promise. Obviously, there are questions. Like, a lot of this over-the-shoulder, walking through the world thing is not something that I expect the gameplay will feel like, because it's a lot of the screen taken up. Obviously, we don't know like what HP will look like. We don't know how you'll upgrade the character or whether that will be a big part of it, how challenging the gameplay will be. We don't know any of that. But I'm super impressed by
Fear will bind you,
the storytelling.
gripping to the present, which must always pass.
I mean, this no shot looks like Moana. Like 2015 movies looked about the same as 2026 video games now.
Regret will bind you,
Like, this looks better than Tangled, the film.
longing for the past you cannot change.
This is real time.
Love will bind you, yearning for a future you will not see.
Yeah, Raya. Raya was good too. I like that movie. Astonishingly good. But actually though, like, can you believe this is a video game? We get to play this? That's such a cool shot, man. The only thing I think that would have changed, that would have like elevated this even further for me, would be any kind of interaction with just like gameplay of interacting with some sort of town or NPCs. Any kind of like hub or permanent upgrade, any menu would have been amazing. Maybe that would have cheapened it a little bit. I don't know. But it would have been nice to see like the game rather than just the animated movie. I guess that's what this moment was. Like, are these towns? There's like a person standing there. There's a couple of people here too. Like if these had markers in them, you know, like little exclamation marks, even that would have been enough for me to go, oh, wow, cool. This is like the town where stuff happens. A map in the top right or top left or bottom right, like anything to make this not just look like a tech demo. Big tree.
Fear will bind you, gripping to the present, which must always pass. Regret will bind you, longing for the past you cannot change.
Dude, that was so Breath of the Wild. Okay, so her staff becomes different weapons.
Love will bind.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, there wasn't too much else that stuck out to me. Obviously Mina, but that's kind of not... I mean, is it a PlayStation game? Mina looks cool.
Mina the Hollower is an action-adventure title from the creators of Shovel Knight.
I would love it if the trailer loaded.
Mina the Hollower is an action-adventure title from the creators of Shovel Knight. Take control...
Okay. Hang on.
Mina the Hollower is an action-adventure title from the creators of Shovel Knight.
That's cool.
Take control of Mina as she charges into a bizarre mission to save a cursed island. Whip foes into oblivion, burrow under hazards and monsters, and hunt down secrets in a pixel-perfect love letter to handheld gaming. Mina the Hollower's release date is on the
Can I say
horizon.
one thing though? There's literally one thing that I would say. The contrast in this game is really high.
Mina
And
as
I
she
hope that the
charges into
gameplay isn't
a bizarre...
too hard to enjoy. Like where I'm sitting, the distance I'm sitting from my monitor, I'm only an arm's length away. And I feel like I have to sit back. Like I feel like I have to be like another arm's length to not get a bit confused. Like it's hard to read this screen.
Our mission to save a cursed island.
Like this is fine.
Whip foes into oblivion.
This is a little tough.
Burrow under hazards and monsters, and hunt down secrets.
That
in a
looks cool.
Pixel-perfect love letter to handheld gaming. Mina the Hollower.
Like in the proposition of this is really cool. I just hope it holds up. Cuz it's a lot at full screen. Cool. Let's move on. What's your opinion on getting more games that allow VFX to be scaled down to allow more visually challenged gamers play? Oh, that's actually quite interesting. I think accessibility is always important. And where it can be accommodated for, it should be, because it just means more people get to enjoy the title. At the same time, to the extent that games are art cannot be for everybody if it's an aspect of expression. So I would say something along the lines of, as long as the experience doesn't get degraded or changed in such a way that it's not even the same experience anymore, then I think you should try to accommodate. But like we've talked about even recently, like just yesterday, we were talking about Insignia and difficulty. And I was saying how it would be hard for me to make difficulty modes in the game because there are aspects of the game's design that are very intentional. And so changing the game to, for example, accommodate players who couldn't press a button quickly would mean that the game would have to be a different game. Like to take that challenge element out would mean a lot of the design in the enemies would no longer be what it is. VFX seems pretty harmless to turn down, but like visual contrast is usually not a big deal. Like if this game, you know, if I could do something to like eliminate the backgrounds or just have them be like a flat color, yeah, maybe that would be fine. If the contrast was an issue or something like that, I would hope that I did a good job by default. But like if this was just too hard to look at for some people or something like that, maybe I would consider having some thing you could do to boost the separation between the, you know, interaction layer and the background layer or something. Today I just want to say, like, I'm not feeling like super energized. So if today's a bit more of a talky day, I'm okay with that. Don't feel like we're like off track if I don't get a lot of work done. I've been working really hard the last week or so, so it's okay if I'm okay if I'm not super productive today. Yeah, it's a green can and I got a green screen behind me. I'm just drinking some air. There is more that I wanted to talk about, which is looking at some of these games in the state of play. I kind of started feeling, I mean, there was a moment literally when I was sitting in bed watching this and I thought to myself, like, I might not want to make games. if like what a game is just requires like a studio of 300 people, like maybe I shouldn't make games anymore. Which sounds dramatic, but I don't think I could do it. Like I don't think I would want to do it. If it means like just having to have these like incredible photorealistic worlds with, well, not only are there people who aren't interested in them, but like those giant games cost so much money. And so like if you're trying to court a publisher, like you have to be able, you're competing with this, you know, like how are you going to, like how does one, how do you justify making something smaller, you know? So I think for me, I don't know what smaller is yet. Like I have this idea for a game. We haven't really talked about it much on stream, but I want to make a game that feels like Shadow of the Colossus. Hello? We back? We back. Okay. Hello. Okay, so like one day, the dream would be to make a game that has the energy of something like a Shadow of the Colossus, but with a little bit deeper storytelling. And this game, I mean, it's gorgeous. I think like for me, it would be something like imagine this, but instead of this scene ending here, like you spend time on this little cliff edge. You know, you there's like a cutscene where the character is like talking to his girlfriend, and he's like, I'll save you. Like we get a little bit closer, you know, to the personalities. I mean, there's a reason it's like this. They're trying to make something that's more like a fable than an actual movie. But I would want to explore the characters a little bit more. Almost like I'm watching A Night of the Seven Kingdoms at the moment, you know, and that TV show has these like really awesome small character moments where it's just, you know, it's just very, it's simple, you know, it's simple. It's not trying to do too much, but it's personal. I guess that's the word. I would want to tell a personal story in a world like this. But I couldn't do it if it had to be so big, you know? Like it just, I don't know if I could ever justify the amounts of money. Because like the challenge is like, no matter what happens, you could tell a big story or a small story, but as a business, it has to be something that's going to make more money than it cost. So there is probably a sweet spot where you could make, you know, in terms of like the amount of time that the game took to release and the amount of money that was put into it relative to the demand. Maybe it looks like something like $1 million in budget made by a team of like 10 people over 3 years. I don't know if that's even feasible, but something like that. If you made a game every 3 years and you spent, yeah, at least like if the team was the only like overhead, right? Like the team did their marketing, the team, like an indie studio that was a little bit bigger than that. That's what I think you would need, you know, maybe even 15, tops 20 people. I don't think I would want to work in a studio much bigger than that as the director. But there's only so much that you can make. You know what I mean? Like, how many locations can you make? How many entities can you design? Characters and bosses and enemies, and how many ruins, and, you know, how many menus? Like, I'm really feeling with Insignia what that looks like. I'm feeling the exponential of like, you want to like create a town. Okay, you create the town. You have all the buildings in the town. Okay, can you enter the buildings? Okay, if you can enter the buildings, you have all of the scenes inside of the buildings inside of the town. Okay, is the town just like a point on a map, or is there a location around the town? Okay, if there's a location around the town, what about all the other locations inside that space? And then for every location, you have what, an NPC? where does the NPC live? What's the surroundings? Like, there is this constant fractal style levels of detail that you can keep adding and adding and adding and adding and adding to a space to make it feel more purposeful and lived in. And I think you want to have the purpose. You want it to feel lived in. All that stuff is good. It's just that there's only so much you can do before you just start doing GTA. You know, like, I don't want to make a virtual environment that you live in. I'm not trying to create a place that's just like our world or that's an alternative for our world. The place has to serve a function. So then the question becomes, what kinds of stories can you tell inside of the game medium that are a natural fit for having a good work lifestyle and can tell stories that, at least for me, are creatively satisfying? Is there an overlap there? I think that's the thing that I'm most... When I watch the state of play and I'm looking at all the games that are being made and I'm thinking about which of them will be profitable and how ambitious each of them are, that's what I think about. I think, would I ever want to enter this arena at this scale? Is it even worth me having that ambition, or would I just hate it? Because some of these games are really big, you know, and the smaller ones are short. You know, if we rewind back to RPGs in like 1997 RPGs, or like just 1990s, right? Anything that was made in the 90s. There is this aspect where the games that I guess today we would call AAA were made by much smaller teams over a much smaller amount of time, but had much longer play times because the graphical fidelity was so hard capped that you just couldn't overinvest in environment design or character animations or, you know, VFX. There was no way to do it. And so because of that, you know, you could literally mirror this level. You could take these tiles, flip them to make those tiles. Done. Right? Every banister is the same. It's the same art, right? Being replicated over and over again. It's basically a tile set. But you have a grand palace, right? So as a player, you look at it and you don't criticize the fact that there's this grate looks just like that grate. What about the wear and tear of what would happen if, you know, this castle looks really old, so shouldn't there be things like, why is the perspective off between this and that? You know what I mean? You could complain about it, but like, you probably won't. If the whole game is like that, you suspend your disbelief. But these like modern games, the fidelity is so high that you have to sort of mentally, like, you're comparing it to reality. And how much effort has to go into something that has no storytelling purpose, you know? That's the fear, is that, like, you know, I want to make games that look pretty and are 3D and whatever, but I don't want to spend years detailing rocks, you know, or adding the like 100th character animation alt where, oh, if you are running, like even with Insignia, I feel it, like if you're running and then you turn, there needs to be a pivot frame, and if you're going to do that, like, you probably need breathing animations, and if you have breathing animations, you have to have like an idle that, you know, mixes it up every so often. Like, you set a bar, and then that bar has to be aligned, like across the board you have to meet that bar, and I like it for Insignia, like I'm happy to do that, but there's only so much, you know, there's only so much that I think is like, what's the word? There's only so much before it stops being enjoyable. And it starts becoming like impossible. Why is it that we can't look up here more than literally that much? That doesn't make any sense. I think it was called Project Windless. So anyway, I see. We have a bug to fix. Thank you. Apparently, if we turn retro filter off and then we go to the map, this happens. Interesting. So it's so weird because it's there, the background is there, I mean, that's the clouds, that's the canvas. There is a world graph camera. There is a rendering camera. It outputs to a render texture. The render texture has a... I believe there's something to do with the opacity that could happen here. The render texture looks good to me though. I mean, that's just exactly what it's supposed to look like. But when we go here, we don't see it at all. So that's a concern. Oh. And I suppose my question would be, where is this texture being used? Is there a quad? There's the quad. So the quad has nothing on it. Oh, wait, no, it's there, but the background is not black. It's see-through. If we turn retro filter on, it's not see-through. So, why don't we ask what's happening when we turn retro filter off? Hey, Sega Games. Welcome. So this is the difference. If I turn this on, we see it. And if we go from here, there it is. Okay. But is it that, or is it, well, actually, it's literally that. It's not post-processing as a whole. It's not that the camera, if I turn the post-processing off, it doesn't go away. So it's literally this. And what does this do? URP sample buffer. I wonder if it's the shader or if it's something else. So let's go back over to here. Let's go to the map, but we'll turn the retro filter, or it is off. So if I go to this material, if I take Insignia, and I go if I swap this material with like sprite default, it's nothing. It's only turning it on that makes it work the way that I would expect it to. That's weird. Ugh. So if I turn this off, what are we looking at with the camera? If I go to the world graph, are we seeing any of the actual things that we're supposed to be seeing? The world graph camera still has the camera. So actually, like, is it that the quad is doing nothing? Oh no, the quad is there and it is being rendered correctly. The quad simply has a transparent, it appears transparent, but it appears transparent even if it's not transparent. So that, I'm very confused by that. Why is it that this information is being culled from this? Because all this quad is doing is using this render texture material, which has got which shader on it. Basic effects shader. Oh. Takes a render texture, spits it out. That's all. I don't know what this texture 2D is for. We can probably just delete that. And its alpha is the alpha of that. I mean, look at that. Are we expected to believe that this is actually transparent? The black here is not actually black. I mean, look at the difference between the material and the texture. So, is the material treating the black like alpha? It's treating the alpha like alpha. Interesting. So why is this black if this is transparent? What am I missing about this? Why is this dark color being considered nothing? If this was transparent, I'd get it. Well, I guess instead we have to look at what the camera's seeing. Is it that the world graph camera simply has... Ah, I see it. It is alpha. It has a solid color here that has an alpha of nothing. So all I have to do to fix this bug is do that. Okay. Well, that was easy. So I don't actually know if... I don't know why I made that transparent, and I don't know if there's any value in it being transparent, but it's no longer transparent. So that's that. So I guess I'll just mark that as done. Hang on. Well, let's take that away for now. Alrighty. It's good when we can fix things, isn't it? Feels great. So, what's next? I guess I'm in the groove now a little bit. I have been adding 2 things to the game. I've been updating Roberto a little bit. He's not quite done yet, but let me show you what I've been doing with him. I've been designing a bit of an area. I've been giving him like proper arms that will, and he's got a little swing spring. He's not done yet though. I need to still, I think I might try to keep him quite simple and light and unfinished on purpose for a while. Because right now I feel like I don't have the creative energy to like make him interesting and cool looking. And I know in my mind, I feel like I know what the standard would look like. And I just feel myself not outputting that standard. So I've been mixing it up a little bit. I started a character called Taylor. He's going to replace the haberdasher. And he is going to be the equivalent of the beast hunter, how do you put it? Like bounty giver. So he will ask Armin to go find specific equipment so that he can make specific pieces of gear or do things like that. Will I ever consider releasing a video on how to use fork? Well, fork is Git, and so you'd be looking for tutorials on how to use Git. Fork is just what's called a GUI or GUI for Git, which means all it is just a visual app that lets you use the features of Git. There are other apps that do similar things, like GitHub Desktop is another Git client, right? They're called clients, and they do the same thing. So if you were using GitHub, you could say, look for a tutorial on how to use GitHub Desktop, and it would teach you the same. The features are the same across the two, effectively. The idea that you have repos, branches, that you do commits, that you can pull and push changes, that you can fetch, merge, fork. Those are the same whether you're using the terminal or GitHub Desktop or fork or GitKraken or any of the other IDEs that you, not IDEs, clients that you might like. So I use fork because I think it's the cleanest and it has a lot of Git features that others don't, like rebasing or like reverting commits, renaming commits. It can do a bunch of cool stuff. But if you want to know how to use Git properly, like learning the terminal would be better. And I don't know how to use it properly. Like I only know how to use the IDE. So I'm not equipped to give that tutorial. I don't know enough. Oh, chat, I'm so tired. I don't know what it is today. I feel just obliterated. I think I'm crashing. Just like physically drained. Like I have like tears behind my eyes. But I don't think I've been working that hard. I think I've just been sleeping really poorly. Like I want to lie down right now. I want to like go to sleep. But I went to bed at a reasonable time and I woke up at a reasonable time today. Maybe I just got poor quality. I don't think I got poor quality sleep. Maybe I'm in sleep debt. I don't know. I mean, I definitely am in sleep debt, but I think I have to listen to my body, chat. I think I have to take it easy today. What I'll do, rather than try to get through like a ton of tasks. Oh my god, what have I got in my ear? Nothing. Instead of doing a bunch of tasks, I think what I'll do is start to make a task list. Maybe we could use GPT to help us get started. GPT, please. Help me make a checklist for uploading a Steam Playtest demo. I've done all this stuff. I haven't done any Steam integration testing, but I guess how can I do that unless I upload it? Wow. Wow, it actually knows all about Insignia. I must have talked to it a lot over the years. Holy moly. I thought this was pretty generic until I was like, some of this stuff's really relevant. Like, how does it know I have a save feature? Okay. Well, that's fine. Okay. Well, I think I can't do any of this stuff on stream, unfortunately. I mean, we can do the branding and stuff, but that kind of already exists. I've been feeling quite insecure about the game's branding recently. But I don't think it would be very beneficial right now to be working on branding. I think I'm at a stage where it's probably best to just push ahead with imperfect branding than to hold off, you know, in the service of branding. I'd love to think about other things today relative to my business, like merch, trailers, that kind of stuff. I think it might be good to go broader than just sitting on Insignia right now. Let me take a really quick break. We'll come back and we'll do some thinking about that kind of stuff. Hey Snowfox, I'm making a game. Yeah, so we're talking about marketing at the moment. And I guess I struggle with marketing. I feel like where I am at the moment is like I have the energy to make the game, but when I'm done with this demo, I don't have the energy to like then go and evangelize about the game. You know, it's like a whole separate additional thing to think about a campaign for the thing that you made when all you're trying to do is make the thing. And I don't think it's like I could do that stuff. I could care about the campaign, but like I'm so tired, you know. This is why I guess I kind of, sometimes I hope and bank on organic interest. Like even like you guys all, like we've been able to playtest this demo pretty comprehensively, I think, because enough of you are interested in watching me make it that you can be here and help me test it. And that just has like a natural, like that's just happened because I stream here. I wish that amount of organic behavior could then just help propel the rest of the game. Yeah, that was my friend Munir. Yeah, we are in touch. Yeah, but I don't know what. I guess there's something that I think I'd like to. I'm not quite done exploring it with you, chat. And this is like this thing of like, what do you think we would need in order to build interest? I have a feeling that it's the game itself that I can't make the game go faster than it does, and I can't make the game have more content than it does. And because the game is not a procedural game, it doesn't have organic content. Like, you can't just play like Stardew Valley. You can like spend 10 hours in the same square because the square is a garden that you're building. I don't really have features like that in the game. So I fear that no matter what, there will always be this like decay. You know, I can't like ask 20,000 people to consistently be interested in the game. I don't think. Although, I mean, like, Pirate Software was able to get a lot of interest in his game, which is a story game. I wonder, like, I mean, I suppose, I don't know if he was really focusing on marketing the game during that process, or if the game was the thing that got people interested. It probably wasn't. But maybe it's about characters. Maybe it's about building story, giving more exposure to the world. I think that's something that I don't do enough of. So I think, and to be fair, chapter 1 has very little of it. The characters that I think would be part of like a fandom, chapter 1 has almost, it doesn't have any of the villains, and I think the villains are kind of the most interesting. And their interaction with Armin is kind of like what's going to make the game exciting. So it's more like, it's not marketing is what I mean. Right now we're not talking about marketing. Right now I'm talking about like organic growth. Like just like, how would the stream and the YouTube channel, me just doing what I do, what could I add or modulate to make it so that just this was enough to get people interested? I mean, not this, but you know what I mean? Like the what we do every day. Because I think it's like more of a philosophical thing. Like, yes, of course, if you had like an entity that was separate and their whole thing was like, hey, what we do is we market Insignia, you know, even if it was whatever, like even if it was a clone of me, I could do it. And so that's not really what I'm concerned about. Is like, it's not just like how to market. It's more like how to build organic interest. Or like retention. That has like greater than like 1x. That's really all this is. Like any kind of like forward interest, even if it was 1.1, right, or 1.01, that number scales. But right now I think we have like almost essentially 1. Like, we've had almost the same amount of viewers on this channel for about 3 years, about 150 annually concurrent viewers. And I'm not like, I'm okay with that. I actually really enjoy the size of the chat in this stream. I enjoy like the familiar faces. I enjoy being able to focus on my work without being overwhelmed by chat. I think that stuff's all really good, but the game I think requires more. Like I think Insignia, just to rewind for a second, the hypothetical we're entertaining at the moment is the idea that if I didn't have the energy to market outside of the game, what would I have to change about what I do every day for the everyday to be its own marketing, for the everyday to have growth? Yeah, I suppose there is a ceiling. That's true. That's true. I wonder how. I guess we would have to do a bunch of analytics to know what was coming from Twitch. I think I do have. Right now, we're only doing analytics across, obviously on Steam, we have the UTM links, but we're not really checking how Twitch grows, where Twitch viewers come from. Yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe there isn't really anywhere to grow in this space. 150 is the top of the Twitch game dev category when I stream. So maybe I just can't expect. But I feel like I don't believe that. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why, but I kind of just don't. I just don't think that's it. Like one thing that I think I struggle with is, we're just chatting, by the way. This is now just chit chat. Where's my channel? So like the Indie Tales live channel. This channel, I think, is these thumbnails, I think aren't it. I like them just like as pictures, but I don't think that they are thumbnails that grab your attention when you're competing with like the rest of YouTube. I think they feel very procedural, and it's sort of just, I just don't want to click them. They're the best I've got as like a custom thumbnail right now. I don't have like a way of getting people excited about clicking them, mostly because I don't have any way of storytelling about what the stream is going to be about in a way that's got any kind of depth to it. So, well, because I think that regularly posting little gifs of the thing you worked on that day on Twitter would do a lot. Probably. Yeah, I find that it's really hard to... For me, it's really hard to do that. A generic screenshot of you on a stream, reused every time. I mean, would that, like, you want to see just this? Just me? Yeah, maybe you're right. The thing is, I'm starting to think, I mean, obviously I've put a lot of thought into this already, so this conversation could get very circular very quickly. But the way I see it, I don't think that Adam should be the face of Insignia. Because I like, I don't think that, like, I don't want people who click on a thumbnail because it's my face. So this is me trying to look, like we've been talking about faces, right? I am putting faces on the thing, but I just don't think that they're yet the faces that mean much to people, or maybe there's just not enough visual context to say this is a game that's being developed. Like maybe it should be gameplay instead of concept art. Like, I think I probably undervalue. You're probably right. Yeah. Yeah, I probably am undervaluing it. I suppose I don't. The real thing here is that I don't know what's valuable anymore because I've done it for so long, and I know what's hard for me. I don't know what's hard or what's valuable for other people. So I undervalue the things that are easy for me, and I overvalue the things that are hard for me. But that has essentially no relationship to what people like. I just don't know if like me, like if I took this, if I took a screenshot of this right now, right? This is the, let's say that is the screenshot we use, right? This. Like that. And I take a screenshot of this. Or if you took a screenshot of this, because I would need to screenshot also like this. Okay. You guys would prefer to click on this? Do I use my laptop? I do. Maybe something more interesting in the frame. You want to full screen the gameplay? All right. Hang on, we can do this. So then this, you want that. No, you can't swim right now. Don't look depressed. I'm not depressed. I just have a neutral face. I just don't want to do. I mean, today's probably not the right day to talk about this, but like, I'm not. I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm just like. It's not for me, you know. I feel like my natural face is not one that is the way that I carry my natural face is not particularly interesting. I think I have a pretty neutral expression. Yeah, I mean, I do. Look, the thing is, like, I've done this for you guys, like, right, that I've done, like, look at this is the third document of thumbnails. I've got videos and like I've got pages and pages of like individual thumbnail things, or I'm doing different expressions. I just find it really hard to do it, I guess. I don't know. I just don't. I feel maybe it's just a confidence thing. I don't know. I kind of don't like this whole exercise. I really dislike. I really dislike the setting up the frame and doing the thing, going, oh, this is the right face, and maybe I should turn my head this way, and maybe I should. I just, that whole exercise, and I know it doesn't have to be about ego, or I don't have to put so much emotional weight behind it, but there's something about it. It feels like dishonest or something. And I know it's not, like, I know it's not. I just don't like it. I just don't. It's like, yeah, I'll have to get used to it. I'll pick a day where I feel more comfortable, and we'll do it that day. Like, I love thinking about this stuff, you know, to some extent. The exercise of, because it's almost a UX design thing. You know, I'm okay with the idea of what makes a good thumbnail. And I pretty much agree with you on all the stuff you guys were saying. I just, like, being the subject of it makes me uncomfortable. Have you noticed recently, like, how loud YouTube is? Not volume-wise, but like if you take thumbnails from like 5 years ago and thumbnails today, I feel like I'm more overwhelmed than ever when I look at thumbnails. Sometimes I scroll through YouTube and I just stop. Like, every thumbnail looks like this. Like, and this isn't even my main account. This is my side account. But like, they all have like giant words, giant faces, you know, one color. There's like, it's becoming like really hard to look at them and say, oh yeah, this is what I want to watch. So competing in that environment just feels so difficult. Like this, for example, even when I think about title screens and stuff for the game, I don't mean to get down, but like, dude, it's the same. I almost am starting to see like all of media break down in front of my face. You know what I mean? It's like every pose has been drawn, every promise has been made, you know, every like possible archetype has been discovered and rendered in the most, you know, crushing detail. So like, how do you make something that feels original? Like, this is the Breath of the Wild shot. And it's like, you could, yeah. It's saturated, but it's like, if that's what I like, if that's what I want, how do I speak to the people who would be interested in what I'm making when so many other things are using the same visual language in a way that's not honest? Like this kind of thing here, right? This is a video, right, of just like a thumbnail for nothing. It's just like an AI music thing. And like we like this because it's the same thing. We like video games, we like adventure games. Yeah, it's Caspar David Friedrich It's this, right? I know it. Yeah. I know the shot. It's very romantic. This, and there's also one by Eugene von Gerard of Kosciuszko. That also has this very romantic, you know, human in a big environment looking out over the mountains. Oh, but I do that. I mean, you guys like a lot of the stuff that and this is the thing, like I think I'm kind of exhausted by this conversation before we even have it, because I've been having it for like 10 years. Whether or not I do it on stream, like there are like 50 Leonardo documents of posters, you know? Like if I just type in poster.leo, these are all the ones that are just called poster. And there's like 2017, 2022, 2023, 2020, 2026, 2019. And some of them are like there's some of them are one poster. Some of these are dozens of posters. Like so many different ideas, where I've looked at different media and I've looked at like things that I'm inspired by, or like things that I think were successful. This is how we got to this document, which is this one. You know, this exists because, and look, I mean, we've done the study. Like I know what inspires me. I know what's similar to Insignia. I've done like how many of these ideas for things like capsule art or just poses. Again, all of them are inspired by things that are successful and work. Anyway, I don't really want to get on about it today. I like the exercise. It's just not something we can address right now. I think for me, like one of the biggest things that I find, there's something interesting that's like a challenge for me that I'd like to explore, is how to get, I'm really driven by this like melancholy thing. Like the first Kingdom Hearts poster is this one, and people really like, I mean, I really like it. I think it's iconic, and I think other people like it. And for me, like, this doesn't scream adventure, but it says the things that, I don't know, like it has the right idea in it. Like this, I guess it's kind of heroic because of the wind. Maybe that's an aspect that I haven't really thought about. There's kind of an energy in the fact that the clothes are waving, and maybe a danger in the fact that they're up on this gargoyle like that. Hey, Misty the lad, how's it going? Another one is, yeah, like the title screen is another one that's amazing in how understated it is. It's just Sora by the ocean. Like, this would not make a good key art for a capsule today. I don't think it would. But it made such an impression on me as a kid. And this is kind of where this comes from. Hey, Misty the lad. How's it going? How do I squeeze this? I think fit is the way that I want to go. It's not fit though, is it? Is it fit? No. Fill? But then it won't, I can't change the aspect that way. I think if I do this, nope. 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 But I know that crop works other times. I think Figma is really weird when how that works sometimes. Ah, something happened then? No, I don't know how to work it. But you get the idea. Hey, Misty. It's okay. I'm doing okay. So both of these have this aspect where it's not really about action, right? Sora's just like, he's just chilling. In a way that's kind of like, there's like loss in it. There's like a weight. You know? It's like, there's a lot of like, it feels heavy more than it feels active. And I think that's something that maybe I just haven't. I don't know. Maybe we could just play around with ideas. It's getting really hot in here. One sec. Ooh. I think there's an aspect of this whole conversation that we will never really be able to resolve, because I'm comparing a game that I'm making to a game that I've played. And I think the feelings that I have about this poster are so contextualized by the music of Kingdom Hearts, the game that I played when I was 12 or whatever. All of the feelings I have about Kingdom Hearts are linked in my brain to this image. And someone who hadn't played Kingdom Hearts probably wouldn't feel the same way about this image. And likewise, the things that I feel about Insignia, I don't think I could convey them to somebody else through one image. They would have to play the game and hear the soundtrack and also, and know the story before they felt what I feel when looking at the image that I make. And so I think today and up until now, I think I've been very hung up on the fear that I can't communicate enough. The Fable 1 cover is a huge one. Yeah, amazing cover. Looking into the water, fully gold behind, but the eyes lit up by the reflection. Is it a water or is it a... It's a book and the water? Just no book, just the water. Yeah, amazing cover. But I think it's like you can't ask anyone or expect anyone to feel those feelings for something that they haven't, where they've got a different experience to you. So I think it's more like whatever I do, people will attach their emotions to it afterward. And maybe like yes, you can draw a better drawing, like for sure. But the thing that I'm looking for of like this solves all of my fears, like I don't think I'm gonna get that. Because I've personally, like I've gone from with my own like capsule art, like this, to me, this for a long time, from when I drew it to even now, I feel those feelings, but I don't think everybody else does. And I don't know if like that's just like I don't want to feel insecure about it. Like I think that I have a choice to like this or not like it, but it will never be objective. You know? Yeah, like I've never played Fable. This, for whatever reason, this like draws me so deep. When I look at this, I'm like, I want to play Fable. But I also felt that way at 12. So what I'm feeling is the memory of how I felt when I was 12 and the kind of game, what games meant to me when I was 12, that's what I think of when I see this. Maybe it would have less of an effect on me too. Like the gradient's a little flat, you know? Like it's a little boring. I still think it's cool. Vagrant Story is like another one. A lot of those games have really cool art. Story. You know, this like kind of like sepia, or even like, yeah, something about like, I don't know, but anyway. I need to have an aspect of, oh, I want to know what this is about with your cover rather than here's the character. Yeah. So like I said, like for me, I look at this and I have all these strong feelings, but maybe like those strong feelings are also attached to experiences that I had drawing it, or the time in my life, 2 years ago, like where I was at with the game and what I was moving towards and what's happened since then, and everywhere that this has accompanied me, as a poster or when used in events and things like that. For me, I have all these feelings. And then like someone says something about it and then I get really insecure about it. And suddenly it means a different thing to me and I get like ashamed of it or whatever. But I have that choice, I think. Likewise with all of these, like there are things that I feel that are fond and things that I feel that are ashamed about all of these. And I think the problem is that whenever the fondness, the aspiration turns to shame, the whole neighborhood of ideas around it become tarnished. So like my brother loves this poster. He thinks this one's the best one. And we did it in 2017. This is like the first one I ever drew. He loves this poster. I look at it and I'm like, this sucks. I like aspects of it, but it's not, there's so much that it doesn't do. And he's always like, what's the word? Reminiscing about it. But it's because he went to PAX with me that year where we had it at the booth. So for him, it probably has a lot of emotional energy tied up into it from when we were together in Melbourne showcasing the game and the whole weekend that we had. And we were living together at the time as well. So like, it probably means all of that to him. So I think this exercise is one that I want to keep doing. The other struggle is that creatively, it always feels like a distraction to engage in this. Like, it always feels like a distraction because it takes me like a week and a half to like finish one of these. And then I think about what I should have been doing. But then, you know, we come up to today and it's like, oh, you're setting up a Steam page. Make sure you have your capsule art ready. And I think, just like we've just done now, I think about my YouTube thumbnails. I think about all these things. Like if I'm going to promote it, I need to have new imagery because I want for the story of Insignia as a game that's a project in development to be growing, right? I don't want to be reusing the same images all the time. So I think confidence is going to just have to be there. It's not something that we earn by perfecting this. Well, I can't afford to hand it to somebody else. That's the thing. I don't have any money at the moment to spend. If I had $1 million 2 years ago, we would have done a lot of the work that I did myself would not have been done by me. You know, but this is all pretty like existential for me. Like I don't have revenue. I don't have like a budget beyond this point. So I got to do it myself or else it's not going to get done unless someone volunteers to do it. But I don't really want for people to volunteer long term, at least on this kind of thing. So it's tough. It's really tough. I mean, I've been speaking to concept artists. I just can't afford them. I'm speaking to a producer. I just can't afford him right now. Background artist. Love to work with him. Can't afford him. Assistant director, marketing specialists. I have all these people kind of like lined up. An additional programmer. There's lots of things where everybody in each of those roles who I talk to and chat about working together, every single person says, Adam, you shouldn't be the one doing this task. You should be delegating this. But I don't have the capacity to delegate it because, yeah, we don't have the funds to do it. So in the meantime, it has to be me, I think. Yeah. But not everything has to be solved today. I like to draw and it makes me happy to do it. Even if I take all the pressure away and just think about what I enjoy, I do enjoy doing this stuff. There's an artist who I think is actually like pretty godlike. I think I have to find them. Alia Chen. Alia Chen is an amazing artist. And they work, I think, at Pixar at the moment. They work at Disney. Oh, she works at Riot. Recent interview with the guy behind indie game Execute. He mentions the Kingdom Hearts cover, and that thing drew him. That the thing that drew him to it was that it didn't look like anything else, like a bunch of kids that he wanted to know what it was about. The original Halo cover is great too. Yeah, I agree. Sarah Vati says, can I offer a point here? I think because your goal is to release a 1 to 5 million gross revenue title plus quality, the things that go into making a 1 to 5 million revenue title cost 500k to 1 million in costs, but you obviously don't have that breadth of budget. Not yet, I don't, but that would be the goal. Yeah, like until we have that budget, I can't, but that would be the goal. Yeah. I mean, we have, just to, if I can, I can tell you guys a little bit, but I can't say too much. But basically, we have an option that might put us in a position that would essentially cover all of the problems that I have right now, would just immediately go away and be replaced with like different problems. But the budget issue could be solved. The challenge is that the project is dependent. Those issues take a long time. Like it takes a long time to get to the point where there's like pen on paper signed with something like that. And in the meantime, I have to still be treating everything like it's just a solo or a personal project, unfunded. The risk or the as a personal thing, like the challenge that I face is that the game needs to be in active development. So I need to both move forward with production and I need to be continuing to explore new opportunities. It's like depth and breadth at the same time. And that, before a signature has been made, it feels like, you know, when people say like, oh, I need 3 years experience to get a job, you know, it feels a bit like that, the funding conversation. It's like, I need money to fund the game. And if I had money, it would be easier to get funding for the game because I'd be able to move faster and delegate things better. So that we could do more energy with outreach if we had funding already to get funding, you know? And this is, I guess, one of those things where I struggle because my primary focus is creative rather than sales. So I think there are people who do a really good job of funding projects that don't even exist yet. And so then their task is just to find the right people to help make the thing. Whereas I worry so much about making the thing that the funding question becomes one that's like, you know, much more difficult. This is something that I'm learning as a director. It's not something that I knew or experienced prior to 2023. And it will cost definitely the game. It will cost the game at least 6 months in release timeline. I have to be okay with that. I'm learning to be okay with it. It's been really, really tough to accept the fact that I couldn't mobilize the game faster. But that's okay. It's life. So let's talk about Alia Chen. Alia Chen is an amazing artist. And there's something about the filmic quality of her art, the way that it feels like you can see the lens, that I would love to do a better job of for Insignia. Like this would make an incredible capsule art for a game. And I guess some of it is light, some of it is depth of field, some of it is understanding how a lens works. I find when I'm drawing at the moment, a lot of my art and it might be because of the way my monitor is set up. It's very hard for me, or maybe just my workflow, it's hard for me to not think about things in a very flat way. Like this is, I'm trying really hard to show you the bottom of Armin's, the soles of his shoes there, and to like think about, okay, let's say the camera eye line is here. So everything above that should be, or even here, everything above that, we should see the underside of things, right? A lot of my art until now is very pointed at the camera. So like everything is, we are on eye level with the thing that we are looking at. And I think to move beyond that, we need to think about things the way that Alia Chen does. Like even this shot here, someone is above the horizon, someone is below the horizon, even though the camera is on tilt. You know, there's like, there's aspects of this that make it feel like we're in a real space. Even this, like if I was drawing this, I probably wouldn't really appreciate the fact that like the floor coming towards us gives this so much depth. Yeah, I love these works. And I want to be able to do this. She worked on Arcane. She's so good. Even this, what a shot. I have a feeling that a lot of these shots come from photography. What do you think? Like, do you think that there's an actual photo that this was based on? And she's kind of borrowing the composition a little bit? Or even this kind of looks like it was maybe 3D modeled. Like the geometry here, especially when you zoom out and you just look at it from afar, it kind of feels like at this, yeah. Not all of it. I mean, but like there is a physically rendered space that the drawings are drawn within. Like this one here, it can't, you know, someone didn't sit here and just draw it, right? Surely there is a model here that she's drawing into. It feels like talent for someone who immediately did AAA Viz Dev in their 20s. It's just like, you just don't, like a person can't come up with these light values. You know? Like, this is there's like a photo-based renderer that's done this, or it's literally a photo that's being, you know, it's probably a 3D model. Let's be real. This is a painting probably, but even then you can see that it's kind of like smudged from a real thing. This is so important, this conversation, because my brain, I do this all the time. my brain looks at things that people have produced and says, I need to do this myself by hand, or I'm not, or because that's what they would have. Like, I just immediately think, how would I do this? I need to be better. And it's not how it works. Like, this is clearly a 3D model. Look at you can see the geometry. Like, it's someone did not draw that. They modeled it. But I mean, it's not to say that, like, not taking anything away from her. She's incredible. It's just, I think what's important about this is that there is it is the economizing of where the energy is. Like, our brain is looking at this part here, and all of this just needs to exist. It doesn't need to be hand drawn. It just needs to be there in the frame to give it scale and context. And it's a beautiful frame. It probably was sketched this way, but all of this is whatever. We're not sitting here looking at the ladder and drawing the pixels, You're a bigger fan of Alia over her twin sister. I don't know her twin sister. Felicia. Do I know Felicia's work? Maybe some of... Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Maybe I've confused the two at times. They're like the same person. What the heck? They work in the same job? That's actually insane. None of these though are, gosh, they're like so similar. Like they're just a unit. They're just a 2x artist. That's so cool. Oh, she works at DreamWorks. You can forgive my confusion. So... Make a sketch for composition, for blocking in color to establish lighting and mood. Model the scene in 3D, play with camera angles and lighting. Then build up the detail between painting and building and rendering. Looking up references. Take my own photo ref. Gaussian blur in the foreground, depth of field, soft light layer, gradient tool. Yeah, we pretty much picked it. I think it's like a human, it's just so hard to draw this perspective by hand. Like where the lines need to go to make this feel like we are, 50 degrees beneath the horizontal plane for this thing. And then all the other things to also feel like they are, correctly, relative to our perspective, drawn correctly. Like you can do it, but I think to be prolific, you have to be able to just use a 3D modeling tool. Maybe that's what I'm missing from my tool bag, is just being able to model things first. I've spent a lot of years not doing anything 3D. And I don't know what value that has. I mean, like we've spoken about, I shouldn't be the one to do it. My brother does 3D. Pat could do this stuff. He uses He uses Cinema 4D. I think a lot of his work is. I think he works in Maya as well. Yeah, but I'm not really concerned with 3D. I don't think I have to do 3D for any of this stuff. I think it's more about the composition that I'm impressed with. Do you not feel like something was lost in these images? No, not really. I love them. I think they're amazing. They certainly feel when they go towards as video game things, I think that they wouldn't be perfect. But as frames, I love them. I think they're amazing. The only thing that's lost about them is the fact that they're not very personal. That's the only thing. A lot of them lack faces. The storytelling, it's more fly on the wall. It's like we are in the background of a scene that's happening. But that's not always a bad thing. I think if you're directing a movie, you need these shots everywhere. In between the close-ups and the whatever. Coming back to Kingdom Hearts and Fable, I think I struggle, a lot of what I've struggled with in the past is that these are very personal. Like this is like our face. And the fact that there's no background is really important. Because you can't, the challenge here is you have to focus on something. And if you're trying to put a character as the focus, then you bring the character forward in the frame, you make them bigger. But when you do that, you lose the frame, right? If we put this character in front of all this wheat, their head would be this big, right? And you would be able to see who they were, but you wouldn't be able to appreciate where they were. Like they would lose their place in the scene. So I think considering how that works for Insignia, like if I look at Nomura here and his work, a lot of it's very character focused, and I think that a lot of the geometry goes out the window in service of just getting the shapes where he wants them. Hey, James Coffey, thanks for the follow. Like perspective wise, we're like above and we're below and we're everywhere. And that's because he's trying to just show us the things he wants to show us. For a poster, I think that works. And you can see it here, like whenever there's a big close-up of a character, the background is always so abstract. It has to be. Yeah. Very difficult. I'll be honest, I think this does a lot better of a job than this. But I think what's maybe missing is maybe a little bit of motion would have been nice. A little bit more motion and maybe a little bit more. I mean, they're different aspect ratios. It's a different frame. Can't really compare them. So I suppose that's the next question is like, if I was to do a piece of art right now, what would it be? Because again, a poster is different from a capsule. Even this, like, you know, sometimes I think, like, should it be even more, like, expressive, you know, more slumped? That's probably too much. Maybe sitting back. No. Interesting. So maybe there's something in this looking in the other direction thing. The body facing one way, the head turning the other. Hey, Mud Tato. Yes, we have done that. Yeah, there's something in that. Okay. I mean, I've done this. The thing is, I've done this so many times already that I actually have a shot that I can even look at and say, like this. Or this. Or is there another one here? I like that a lot. I like that a lot too. Hey Ian, are we talking about YouTube thumbnails? Oh, you mean the current, you mean this? Lose the borders on that, no black. Potentially, yeah. Tony, the sword and pages is cool. Yeah, I there is some stuff there. I had this one idea actually of having it be Rekka and Armin a while ago. I think I drew this in this. Oh, this is going back a little bit now. They might not even be here anymore. I'm so lucky I exported these because I lost the source document. Something where we have Armin. And he's kind of like here. Looking off sort of this way. Where we have his sword. I mean, it could be up. Maybe in this hand instead of the book, he's got crystal or something. Look on his face, kind of looking off this way. I mean, I wouldn't say that necessarily. I mean, definitely, I think I've explored that, but I would reject the idea that I've lost the thread, given that the current capsule art is not really super heroic. Like, it's a kid looking off in the sky. He's holding the sword because the sword's in there, but it's not that different as in the essence from this one to this one. But I know what you're saying in that I've explored a lot of action in a lot of these ones. There is a big bad. That's what the clouds currently represent, Mudtato. But I think I need to do I think me with the clouds, I think I was kind of trying to split the difference between, like, they do this in like Star Wars posters and stuff like that. But I think I would need to be clearer. I agree. Yeah, I think something... Maybe the wind is pushing us this way. And I think like the villains... We could have like Rekka down here, looking up at us. Or someone like up here. Actually, I was working on a poster like this recently. Like this one a little bit. We could work Armin into this and then zoom it in a bunch. I think this is like not that far. There's a lot of ideas here that I think we're like circling around different ideas. What if instead of that, I mean, we could even just like not think about the framing for a second and just think about if the sword is lowered here. You could put someone else here. This way, looking at us. With their back. Turned away. Maybe not quite so much. Maybe screenshot of the game. This is not even, there's nothing, I'm not thinking about anything here relating to like thumbnails for YouTube at this point. I'm just thinking about cool images, really. Just promotional stuff. Maybe this would be more like this. And then we could have like I mean, this is classic ensemble poster at this point. I rarely draw on paper at all these days. Whoa. Thanks. Focus mode, all right. That's not it. There we go. I'm glad I did this today. I think I was hurtling towards burnout. This is cool. I like these proportions for Armin too. He's kind of got the right. He looks the right age already. Maybe a little too much there. I guess. I wonder how melancholy we could take everybody in this shot. If we really wanted to push the Kingdom Hearts aspect. I wonder then if it's just too... I wouldn't want to go too dramatic. I don't know. I mean, Kingdom Hearts is pretty good. I guess we need to focus on something. There needs to be something sort of beautiful in it as well. It's such a... The emotion is so... pardon me. As humans, we have such a good ability to pinpoint. The eyebrows go a little bit this much, a little bit this much, and it's a completely different emotion. So there needs to be something like... It's like, is it wonder? Is it concern? Is it homesickness? You know, it's like all of these little micro expressions that make up what someone's feeling. Like if I did this pose, this exact shot from 30 degrees lower looking up, you could almost get to something that felt a little bit more like Kingdom Hearts Final Mix has a poster that's kind of cool. I guess this is what I was thinking of, but there's another one where they're on a throne. This one I was thinking of? Maybe it was this one. Dude, so cool. The heavy is the crown shot is so common. Every single king in every single anime or manga has the exact same expression on his face. And it's this one. It's the hand. I don't want this. It's the hand on the... It's that. You know, always, always, always that. Heavy is the crown. I guess we could tilt this by showing a little bit more of the underside. But then this might have to be a lot higher. We can probably get away with it. But maybe she would be then lower. Maybe we need like... Maybe he can be down here. Or here. And then this guy. It's too big, I think. So it's either we do something like that, where it's like or we do something like this. Maybe it needs to be a full eye, but with more on top. No. Anyway, you get the idea. the game cartridges. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I think so. The N64 release will be... look out for the announcements in the future. We'll be in touch when it's ready. I think the hat, I mean, I have this thing where sometimes he wears a hat, sometimes he wears a crown, and I'm not sure which one it should be in this. Maybe crown for this one. Is this Kern? No. But I wonder if this is too too much like he's turning away from us. The ground doesn't look like that, but you get the idea. Pretty cool. Oh my god, did I just crash this? Oh, don't tell me. Because I was dragging and I minimized this. No, okay, I saved it. Holy moly, that would have been bad. I saved it. I don't know what to do with Baruch. Maybe it would be. Oh, I got it. I got it. I got it. I know what it is. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Oh, hello. Maybe he's too big here. Why does that keep happening? We'll work on him later. Let's just do that for now. What do we think? Make him serious. Oh. Maybe this could be waves. You get your ensign effects around the outside. Well, these aren't going to be friendly faces. They're also kind of unfriendly. Maybe this can have fire happening here. Or like cannonballs. Something happening. Ominous. Maybe blue clouds over here, red clouds over here. Like this. Oh, chat, I think we're onto something maybe. This might be a good one. You're being too kind now. I don't think we can do that. Thank you. You guys are being really nice. I'm trying my best. Everyone keeps telling me I can't do it. Everyone keeps saying, Adam, leave it to somebody else. I'm like, I like to do it. The other day, my wife was like, I was showing her a poster idea and she was like, it just looks amateurish. And dude, that lit a fire in me so hard. I was so upset. I mean, like, it's not even that she was wrong or anything like that. It's just like, I can't accept that. Like, I just won't accept it. I got so, it really like, it really got me. It's like, don't you know how hard I work? And I know that's nothing. That means nothing. Like, of course, obviously, who cares? Like, it's not who cares, but like, there's no relationship to working hard and like being good. But to me, it's like, I know how much I've improved. So like, if you only knew where I started, or at least remembered where I started, you would have more. I would hope that you would have more faith in me, I guess. That was the thought I was feeling. Like, I am improving and I don't think I'll stop. I don't want to stop improving. I want to keep working at this. So don't take it away from me. Stop telling me my time is up. I'm not done. This isn't even my final form. Oh yeah, I mean, like, she's if I didn't have her being honest, it would, like, it hurts me, but I need it, you know? Like, I wouldn't push harder if I didn't have someone telling me to. Well, it's not even that she was saying, you know what? I like honest feedback. It's more like, I don't want to be told that I can't or that I couldn't. Tell me that I can. Tell me it's bad, but that I can improve. Tell me where I can improve and I'll do it. That's, I think, where I was getting a bit, where it hurts me is when someone kind of suggests that it wouldn't even be worth my time to try any harder. That's where I get very upset, because like, I don't want to be told that I can't improve. You know, I want to be told why I'm not where I would need to be, and then let me improve, and I'll show you that I can do it. Like, I'll be the judge of where my limits are. Because like the only thing I have, if I have anything, it's ambition. Like it's the drive to work harder, to show that I can do, that I can learn and that I can improve. That's literally my trait. That's the only trait that I like identify with the loudest, because I haven't always been a great artist. I haven't always been a good programmer. I haven't always been a good streamer or educator. I haven't always been able to do any of that stuff. The only stuff I've always been able to do is apply myself and care about being better. That's the only like persistent thing that is Adam. Dude, this is so dramatic. Holy shit. This is crazy. I'm not saying I'll keep these colors exactly as they are, but I think as the base, this is strong. It's so intense. And I think some of the iconography here is really working for me. Not iconography, what's the word? The core poses. Like I could see aspects of this being their own thing. Not exactly as they are, like I would separate them into different artworks, but I could see how I would use this on its own. I could see how I would use this. And I love the development of the ideas. Like it makes me so, I'm very proud of like how this, it's like the villain is clouds. Well, here the villain is the villain, but as it follows across, it becomes the clouds. Like I'm like refining the ideas, you know. I really like that about this. I don't want to respond to that because I don't want to spoil anything. His dad is Sin. It's not that kind of story. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that his dad is not Clouds, and his dad is not a giant space whale. No, he's gone. Armin's got to go look for him. FF10's cover. Yeah, I think FF10's cover it's classic Final Fantasy. That's what makes it work. It's so, they can get away with doing that because it's so confident to be so minimal. But they've been doing it for decades. I think it's fine to do that. Like, that would make the FF10 title cover. You can do that. I think that kind of thing would make a really good album cover. Like for the soundtrack. I think that's when you can do that just like flat, keep it super simple. I think it works in that context. Well, I think there's something already here that feels very Final Fantasy X to me, and that's this. That's very FF10. Oh, are you talking about this one? Or are you talking about this one? This is the one that I had. You're talking about, I never had this growing up. Ah, the left one. Yeah, I've seen it before, but I've never appreciated it as the cover because my cover was white. That's interesting. I don't like it. I don't like it as much because his face is smiling up. So it kind of looks like he's just happy and chilling out. I get fantasy, I get like fantastic, but I don't get like drama at all, or tension, or purpose. Brooding heroes only. That's right. They must brood. Blood red. You're killing me. You're killing me with that. Oh, the FFX one. Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry. I'm so bad at taking like negative criticism. It's not like I don't want to be, like I acknowledge that it's valuable. It's not that I don't. It's just that like it hurts me so much. I guess I have an ego in that way. Like I accept it. It's just like, maybe it's more like, I don't know what you call like the thing where when you're a kid, right? No. It's okay. Well, like when you're a kid, when someone says you did something wrong, you feel bad, right? Like you automatically, or at least I did, because it's like someone older than me is telling me what I am. And because they're older than me, they must be right. So I just adopt what someone else tells me I am. It's a bit of a child thing. And I think that hasn't really left me in some sense. Like if someone criticizes my work, there's a part of me that just adopts the criticism as my whole, like, I'm bad. And then there's another part that gets angry at that person for hurting me that way. You know what I mean? It's very immature, but it's like the confident adult rational thing to do is just accept that, you know, that's just that person's opinion and it doesn't matter. But I appreciate people's opinions so deeply that when they say something that disagrees with my opinion of me, it feels like I feel so it's so hurtful, because it's like an idea that I had about who I was is being destroyed in front of me. Like I'm being broken. Like my relationship with myself in my environment cannot be true because this person has contradicted it. And so either they're wrong or I'm wrong. I think that might be autism. To be so averse to contradiction. Like the universe has to be one thing, and if it's not this, then it must be that. So what's wrong? You know, that's what happens to my brain when someone like is angry at me or upset. It's like, but I didn't mean to hurt you. So like, one of us must be wrong. The world can't be a contradictory. Objectivity must be reality. Either I'm a bad person and I hurt you, or I'm a good person and you're wrong. You know, that's kind of what my brain does. I think I just didn't receive like a very balanced upbringing. I think that's kind of what this is. Like, I think when you live in a household where everything's dramatic all the time, you kind of adopt like this fear of creating chaos by not meeting people's expectations. So like you instead, like you kind of learn to be either you meet everyone's expectations all the time or you fly under the radar, but you don't upset anybody. Not that I had like an abusive upbringing or anything like that. It's just like my mum was pretty chaotic. What would I do art-wise if I learned to master textured brushes? Textured brushes to me feel like the last thing, you know? But art-wise, it's not like I'm so right now, at least in this context, I'm thinking about composition. So the texture is kind of irrelevant. But I guess what tends to happen with me is I get to the point where I'm like here, and it's just easier to keep it clean than to add the extra thing that I could screw up by adding texture to it. But if your question is like, what kind of texture would I add? I don't know. I think it's hard with pixel art. Like, there are things that I like for me, but I don't know if those things would work. Like, I like watercolor, but I don't know if watercolor is compatible with like what I'm doing. I guess I would just have to see what worked for the context. Okay. How would I color this? What would I actually do now? What would the base be? Like, on the very outer edge. Is it nighttime? I mean, it feels that way right now because I've got so much black in there. It could be more white. You gotta always create the contrast where it needs to be. What's going on here? Oh, sweet. Switch dev kits on the way. Hey, Matt Jaxa. Am I going to keep the characters darker? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I really enjoy the whole rim lighting thing. I really enjoy doing this on this side and this on this side. It's so cool. So maybe. But I think I'd have to bring the main character forward. I think Armin has to be in color. Some of the references in this, or like aspects of this, have been in the works. Like there are elements in this that I designed in Honestly, before I even started working on the game. Like, there is some stuff from 2014 in this. You want to see something? Oh, dude, it's not even... It's like... Oh, I might not even have this anymore. It's so old. If I look at my oldest Aseprite files, I might even be able to find it sooner than actually looking for the name. Hey, Counselor Drama, thank you so much. Some of these are from 2016, 17. One sec. Let me find this. Oh my gosh. You want to see the earliest shot of the Emperor? This is 2016, I think. This is a long time ago. This is the big boss. You know what? Some things are sort of the same. Some things have stayed. There's a big bad wolf. Yeah, certainly there's a big bad wolf thing going on there. Red Riding Hood is a little bit... I don't know if I would go that far. Like, is Armin... Because Armin's got red hair. Is Armin the Red Riding Hood? It's hard for me to say that explicitly. Yeah, the Emperor guy's in the clouds. The Hundan Emperor. I do not know how to do this. Although that's looking okay. Do I have a top-down map? I don't have a top-down map, but I have a map. I think keeping him sort of through the clouds is better for contrast. And everyone who's less relevant, just take them back a little bit. Anyway. Anyway, that's something that I would do if I was doing a poster art today. So what are we doing today, chat? what are we doing today? I think it's really cool. I still want to keep a bit of that in there. And there's something here that I see it, even if it's just in the speckliness of the fact that I've been doing the line art and sketching it. But I think stars here as well would be sick. And even some sort of visible through these characters. Nah, he's not dabbing. kind of cool without the line art. So what I'll do is I'll take the white line art and the dark line art, and I'll erase everywhere that I want to be dark. Some things look better with the dark. This is Leonardo, this software. Pretty cool what I did today. Pretty cool. I'm a fan. Yeah, I was pretty down earlier. I think like sometimes, you know, I get in this headspace where I'm mentally processing things, and because I'm on camera, I have to do that in public. Like I have to show I have to speak and live tweet. You know, like I'm like narrating my mental digestion of like how I'm feeling. You know what I mean? And that can sometimes just sound like somebody who's lost, you know, because I'm trying to explain it to you and I'm trying to understand it myself, and I'm digesting things. There's stuff that's important and that I'm processing, and that I'll get it, but like I just don't have it. I don't have the words for it yet, or so I might understand or be more comfortable than I'm. Not that I'm letting on, but like it's harder to find the words to describe where I'm at than it is to just feel where I'm at. So sometimes I think I just stumble for a bit and talk in circles for a little bit. But getting into a flow state, when I can do that, I think I don't have to talk as much, and I can just focus my mental energy and express the things that I'm thinking and feeling just onto the canvas rather than, or, you know, whatever, in my work, rather than have to explain them. And I think that explaining things is never something that feels confident to do anyway, you know, especially when you have to explain something to like a lot of people. Like you all deserve to understand. You're all equally my audience. And so if I'm trying to explain something to someone, well, I'm trying to explain it to all of you, but you're not all always on the same page. So sometimes if someone walks in and they make a suggestion, I feel this compulsion to sort of re-explain, you know, to reiterate. And I think we get caught in a loop that way. And it's not like, I don't mind it, you know. It's just that I think sometimes I buy into, you know, like when you're doing performance in like the kind of like music sense, you know, if you get caught up, if you make a mistake when you're performing live music, you can either lean into the mistake or you could just move forward. And sometimes I think I just stumble a little in myself. And if I get caught up in the mistake, that's when I think it gets a little bit hard to watch. You know, I misspeak, or I sort of lose my thread just for a moment. And then I start to think like, oh, are people going to think that I have no idea what I'm talking about, or that I haven't done any of this work before, or that I'm you know, a complete novice at this, or that I need help that's foundational. And sometimes I mean sometimes it's a good reminder. There's nothing wrong with that. But it can be a little bit off topic sometimes, like, you know, what one needs and what one sounds like they need can be two different things. Anyway, let's not get caught up in the vortex of explaining it, but, you know. I guess what I'm saying is I trust myself more than I give off. Or like when it comes down to it, I will always bet on my ability, even if my opportunity is not that clear. Like I'm always confident that I can do something, but I'm not always confident that I have the opportunity to do it. Or more that I could do something, you know? Do you mean like from in programming or like working in the game? Or do you mean in this kind of context here? Or just in general? Honestly, I think streaming is like really good for that. If you're like not sure if you can do something, streaming has this incredible ability to put you in a position where you have to do something. Like you're on camera, do something. Do you know what I mean? So if you're like, I don't know if I can do this, it's like, okay, you're still on camera. You still have to do something. I kind of crave like that reinforcement of like people are watching, so I want to, because I need to know that what I'm doing is right. You know, I need to know that what I'm doing is right because I value my time so much that if someone else is signing off on what I'm doing, if someone's like, that looks good, Adam, or this is pointless, or anything, any kind of judgment, then at least I have that sense of like, well, someone else thinks I'm doing the right thing. So or this person says I'm doing the wrong thing. So I can course correct if I know that I should be. But if I don't know that I should be course correcting, I think that's where I lose it a lot there. Oh, I don't think that's true. There's lots of things that are loose threads. I've got this this training thing that I was working on for the last week or so, this training dummy, and he's still pretty far out. Like I need another couple of hours on him, at least. This, I don't know. I'm just doing something, just seeing where it takes me. Do you know what else is really cool about this, chat? While I was working on it, I kind of had an idea. Well, I had an idea the whole time, but check this out. I could take this, yeah, and I could delete all of this. And I could put this and this here. Vertical poster. Shirt. Yeah. Do this. Boom. Stop. Yeah. But it gives us landscape and portrait now. Hey, Leith. Hey, Elvin Aga. Thanks for the follow. Structure to chaos? What do you mean by that? I actually do. I think I know what you mean, but I want to hear you say it so that because I want to know if you are thinking what I'm thinking. Oh. Yeah, I think what you're seeing, and this is what how I think I work. I think that a lot of art, the way that I interpret all art, is very similar to like how I think an LLM approaches art. I know that sounds weird, but there's this kind of, you start with something fuzzy and you resolve it rather than drawing. Like if you're someone who draws like anime, you start with line art and the lines convey everything. Like you just start with like, you draw like, you know, every line has a purpose. So you draw like a construction line and you go like this 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 and you do this thing. And it's not that I don't do that, but you know, you're thinking about, oh, there's an eye here, an eye there. And you start like, then, you know, creating the forms in full detail, and then you go from there. Whereas I think what I do more, not fully, but in the direction of, because I'm a pixel artist and I've done so much high resolution pixel art that's low detail or like very selective detail, is because of that, I start with blobs. You know, I'll just draw a big blob silhouette and then I'll carve it into something that represents what I want. And that comes from me thinking about all art as like, all pictures are like thumbnails first. Your brain scans things as a thumbnail before it scans it properly. So like you see things, like I almost think that you will see it like this before you see it like this. So like, what's the first thing as you're scrolling through, like what's gonna catch your eye? Like my hope is that if this has the brightest colors and the sharpest contrast with the rest of it, that's gonna be the first thing that catches you, or obviously the title. So like from here, you can see that, right? This is a big image. This is, you know, it's quite a big shape and has a lot of definition, but it's not actually like, it's not that high contrast. It doesn't have a lot of color variation in it. So even though it's big, it's not taking over the whole scene, because there are other factors of what makes an image, like, yeah, like color, that it's missing, and detail. So because of the higher contrast here and the forms that you're seeing, your eye is going to be more drawn to this than to this, especially once I remove the white. So it's like, you know, when an image downloads on your computer and it starts a little blob and then it sharpens. That's kind of what I'm trying to think about here. So it also helps a lot to flatten the color space down to just a few selective like axes of the spectrum. Like I was playing around with green and yellow here, and I might still keep them, but it might have to be a green and yellow that's very blue and red, if that makes sense. Like very desaturated green, very desaturated yellow, to not be combating with everything else. You know, we've looked at so many posters over the years that I kind of at this point am starting to intuitively understand that like that Sea of Stars poster is just 2 colors. This Fable poster is just 2 colors. This Kingdom Hearts poster is just 2 colors. So picking a confident color space, I mean, even here, like you can see, this Apex poster is amazing because it's so definitive in what it's trying to capture. It's not trying to give you yellow. It's not trying to give you blue. It's just green and pink. So yeah, similar sort of thing. Oops. Oh, I'm in the right space. I just have this selected. It's so, the line between determination and wistfulness is so shallow. It's so thin, that line. Is he nervous? Is he depressed? Is he determined? It's right on that line. I gotta make it less ambiguous though. You can't finish it like that. But because I'm not confident, I don't know what the mouth's going to be yet. So I'll just leave it off. Chat, I think I have to go. They are. They're very difficult. Well, a lot of these decisions, I mean, it's kind of interesting here. I thought, you know, if you saw how I started with it, I was like, Armin is looking off. That was the only thing I started with, because we started from one of the posters that I had back in the day. So we wanted to keep this, right? Armin's looking off. And then that became, where are we looking? Are we looking at a mountainside, a skyline? What is this over here? And then as I drew the villain, I was like, well, he's got a cape or a mane or something. So what's Armin looking off at? I kind of left that for a little while. And then I got to the idea of the logo being here. And for a while, see this mountain? This mountain is actually represented by the logo. That's what this peak is here. You can draw the line here. That's the mountain already. So I can't draw the mountain. So I picked another moment in the game where Armin is standing off on this bridge that connects two towers. And this boat is kind of like piercing through the clouds. This is like a moment in the game. So I thought it would make, because I really like this shot of Armin with his sword out. I think it's just like a cool look. And maybe I'll flip where the sword is, because he's actually not left-handed, but you know, you get the idea. So I just kind of like worked that into this. I knew I wanted a line here horizontally supporting the title. I just didn't know what it was yet. And then I just sort of found it by resolving over time. And I think that's what LLMs do as well. Like they sort of like, they go like, well, there's probably something here. Oh, it's probably words. Oh, the words are probably this. It's just a bunch of probabilities. I think I work that way a lot of the time. And then you just have like a different part of your brain that's judging all of the probabilities and going, well, no, I don't like that. No, that's not what I would do. You know, or like last time I tried that, it went this way, so let's not do that. Okay, well, what else would it probably be? Okay, maybe it's this. Yeah, I think there's something. I'm quite. Oh, I really should go, but I'm quite attracted to the idea that artificial intelligence and human intelligence, like, are not that. They're not that dissimilar. Like, there's quite a logical set of things that has to be done to information to save it and use it. Like there probably aren't that many ways to process information at the density and volume that we do. And that a lot of how I find there's, I don't know how much, you can take this with a grain of salt, but I find there's actually a fair bit of wisdom in language. You know, the way we describe things tends to be, there's always this like grain of truth, you know, like there's like a congruence between like, oh, well, we say dream, hallucinate when we talk about LLMs. And it's like, well, maybe what we do is dream and hallucinate. We just have a really good fact checker behind it, you know? I mean, what is hallucination if not just unstructured thinking? We make these analogies, even if we aren't conscious of how we describe things. We make these analogies that are inferences at how things are. All right, I gotta go. I can't believe we did this today. Wow, that's cool. I just was too tired to work on the demo, so I drew a picture instead. Cool. Thanks, chat. It was fun. I'll catch you soon. See you Monday. Look out for the demo. We'll probably launch it on Monday. We raid in boom. Hit him with everything you got, chat. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. Wishlist Insignia. Wishlist the game. Thank you so much. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.